And I am live. That is cool. Today is 27th of September 2025, Saturday, and today hopefully we can complete all the 1500 rated section in CP31, and that would be cool. There are four new questions, like four questions which we haven't seen before left. These four: minimize the error, pride, two TVs, little girl, and maximum sum. And then two earlier questions remaining, which we were unable to do. I was unable to do earlier. So with that, let's begin, I guess. Uh, uh, yep. Uh, uh, Shit, why is this so hard? Get the mouse exactly there. Shit. Yeah, cool. Now it is, I guess, better. Yep, cool. So this is the question. Stopwatch. What is this? Exit. Tmux. Kill server. Tmux set. Attach. TCP. CD 1500. Here also CD 1500 in the next window. And start new. Lazy. Update. And this seems to be okay. We can begin solving this question. That would be nice. Okay. You are given two arrays A and B, each of size n. The error E between two arrays is defined as the difference between the numbers at the same index and its square. You have to perform exactly K1 operations on array A and exactly K2 operations on array B. In one operation, you have to choose one element of the array and decrease or and increase or decrease it by one k elements. Okay, output the minimum possible value of error after k1 operations on array A and k2 operations on array B have been performed. Okay, we have A, k1 and k2. I have to perform exactly k1 operations and exactly k2 operations. We can just save their difference, and our main goal is to just reduce the difference. And yeah, our main goal is to just reduce the difference always. And which difference are we going to reduce? We are going to reduce the one which is like maximum in the magnitude. Int n, k1, k2, not k3, k1, taken, k2, and then vector int a size n and b size n for int reference of x in a, taken x, copy, do the same for b. We don't need this shit. Yes, we do not need all of this. What we need is a vector. We will call it diff, and here instead of a we will have diff, and for int I equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus. What we will do, and also we will need a set in which we can put all of this. Yep. And k1 plus equals k2. Let's call this k and k, and we will have a set of integers, or a multiset would be nice. Multiset of integers, d as in like difference, and here what we will do is and c, take in the current number cn, and d dot insert absolute difference of C minus diff I. Think we can call this one diff, that would make more sense. So we have everything. Yes, we have everything. All we have to do is perform K operations. Yes, and okay, while K, what we will do is take the maximum element from the set, or a priority queue would be better here. Priority queue. And I haven't used priority queue. So I will start the LSP clang D. Absolute diff minus. Okay, so what is the mistake here? Ah, and here we have if dot insert in priority queue, November. Okay, I want to see how to use a priority queue. How can I use in CPHP competitive programmers handbook, we have a chapter on data structures. Yes, other structures, bit set, DQ stack, priority queue. Yes, push pop, and we push. Okay, and we are always getting the biggest element, so that is nice. Dot push absolute difference of C minus DI. And here, while K, what we'll do is we'll get the biggest element and reduce it by 2. Dot top, and pop. Is this the right approach? I mean, this is correct, but can we do better? Anyways, let's just do this. Priority and C equals diff dot top, diff dot pop, and diff dot push C minus 1. And at the end, we will get the difference. Long answer equals initially 0. And what we will do is for auto x in, do we get, yeah, we do not get a iterator. While we do not have a iterator for a priority queue, and that does make sense. While diff dot not empty LSP stop the LSP, while diff is not empty, we will get and C equals diff dot top, diff dot pop, and answer plus equals C into C. And do we also have to take modulus? Yep. Hello, Shresh Kumbar. Hello. Do we also have to take modulus? And we do not have to take modulus. This will work just fine. Okay, and wrong answer. Okay, correct. Shit. Yeah. This is very slow. This is very slow. Shit. This is very slow somehow. Yes, of course. K minus minus. Okay, cool. This is working. This is working. That is nice. Hello. Nice to see you doing competitive programming. Yep, me too. That is very nice. And now, yep, I will just delete the whole code and we will write the code again from scratch. Just to train the nerves to write the code like automatically. Int n, k, and k1. C in n, k, k1, k plus equals k1. So that we have all the operations in a single variable k, and then we will have a vector int which will store everything, and we can fill this like this. Yep, the first vector is filled. Now what we need is a priority queue. I think yes, we can use priority queue to always get the top element, but is there something better? I guess not. Priority queue of integers, we will call it diff, and that is it. And then for int I equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus, int c, and we will get in c and diff dot push absolute difference of c minus ai. And what is this? In this priority queue, we have the difference. Yep, we have all the differences. And now we have to perform k operations exactly. So while k, what we will do is we will get the top element from the priority queue, top, and c equals diff dot top and diff dot pop. We will pop it and diff dot push add c minus 1, because that is our main goal, to just reduce the difference by 1, and then k minus minus. And now we have to calculate the answer, which we are going to store in a long just in case. And while not diff dot empty, while diff is not empty, we will get the current element, and c equals diff dot top and diff dot pop. After getting the top element, we will add it to our answer, c into c, and at the end c out answer. Okay, hopefully this is correct, and this is correct, at least in the test cases. No, not for interrupting. Do not say sorry for interrupting or anything. But how do you submit the code that way? Okay, here I'm not submitting. Here I'm just testing code for these test cases, and for that there is a plugin in NeoVim which we can use. Can you submit the code to? No, we cannot submit the code to NeoVim using code forces. There might be a plugin for that. I prefer yanking the whole code. Yes, then submitting. And yes, for yanking the whole code, I will show you something which you can do, which is like very amazing. How do you usually yank? Do you go to the top of the plugin is called Assistant in NeoVim. Is it because overflow? No, the error was not because of overflow. And the plugin that I'm using for this, like this dialog box which opens for testing test cases, is this one, assistant neovim.lua, and this is pretty nice. This is the URL for the plugin. You can use this. And yes, somehow this is wrong. What are the limitations? I messed up. And how do you usually select the whole file? I use command like this, %y. For VS Code, you have extensions. Yes, %y is amazing. I've set up a like a key map for %y. This one .sa select all %y. And when I saw that we can use %y to copy the whole file, it was eye-opening, because before that my key map used to look like this. GG, go to, I guess GG for the top of the file. V, go in visual line select mode, go to the bottom of the line, yank, and then C CO to go back to the place where my cursor used to be. And this is what I used before, but We don't have to be stupid and we can just use %y. And yeah, that was very stupid. And this is wrong somehow. If, okay, yes, makes so much sense. If c greater than 0, only then do this. If it is 0, then wait, even if it is 0, I have to do exactly k operations and extr plus plus. If c, if not c, then break. Reduce k, and if there are some k's left. Now, k if k is odd, then diff dot push. Well, I think this should be correct now, hopefully. No, I am not using Linux. Yes, that was very stupid. Going to the top of the line, going into visual line select and selecting the whole file, and then yeah, it was very stupid. And then I had to use Control O to get back to where my cursor was. It was very bad. And hopefully this works. Okay, this does seem to be working. That is nice. 15 minutes. That is cool. Okay, 15 minutes just to note it. Great, thanks for it. Learned something crazy. That is cool. Pride is the next question. We can start doing that. Stop the timer. Okay, and yes, Neovim is pretty crazy, by the way, just saying. And the terminal that I'm using is Ghosty, and Ghosty does not give background picture. So this is not full screen. Ghosty is right now here, not in full screen, just it is just occupying the whole screen, but it is not in full screen mode. And I have set up blur in Ghosty, config Ghosty, and here if I change the blur radius to something else, and I guess shit, which key was it? To refresh the thing. Okay, I first have to save the file. Yes, see, the blur increased, and if I do 90, save the file, the blur increased, and that is crazy. We can just do this from here. 80, save. Ghosty is amazing. Ghosty is pretty cool. It is written in Zig, I think, and yes, it is just cool. Tmux attach, TCP. We can move on to the next question now. Okay, what is this? You have an array A with length n. Array A with length n, you can perform operations. Each operation is like this. Choose two adjacent elements from A, say x and y, and replace one of them with GCD of x and y, where GCD denotes the greatest common divisor. What is the minimum number of operations you need to make all of the elements equal to 1? All of the elements equal to 1. So I want to make GCD equal to 0 as fast as possible. I think always replacing the bigger element, so I always have the choice. if I can just find one place where the GCD is 1, then making it 1 would be nice. So like in this case, here GCD is 1. So I can first replace this, then replace this, then replace this when taking GCD of these two. So till now answer is 3, then 1 for this, 4, and then 1 for this one when using this pair. So answer would be 5, which is 5. So that is nice. And here nothing has a GCD of 1. So they always must, something always must have a GCD of 1. Not always. Here the GCD is 3. Yep. Here the GCD is 3. And if I do take 1, yes, it will not be possible if the GCD of the whole thing is not 1. Here the GCD of all the numbers in the whole array is equal to 2. So I can never convert all this whole array into 1. But here the GCD of the whole array is 1. So we can convert this into 1. But what is going to be the number of operations? Here the GCD is 2. So I can start taking GCD from the left, and the point where the GCD becomes 1, that is the point. Here GCD was 2, but then when we took GCD of that 2 with this 9, GCD became 1. So the number of operations is at least going to be equal to n. But in some cases, it is going to be different. It is going to be a bit greater than n. In this case, GCD, I can take GCD of all the pairs. So to make one pair, one number 1, not always. If some of the numbers are already 1, then yes, then I do not have to convert them. So that is pretty nice. Right now, the rating is 1396. There, 1396. I think I might be able to become a specialist. Yes, a specialist comes after pupil. A specialist in the next contest, which is on 8th of October. We will see how that goes. To 69. Yes. GCD. Yes, if I can get. So the answer is the number. If there is already a 1 in the array, then the answer is the number of ones, total n minus the number of ones. But if there are no ones in the array, then we have to make 1. And when we have made 1, when we already have a 1 in our array, then the answer is going to be n minus 1. So here there is no 1 in this vector. To make a 1 appear, we have to change one of these elements. If we choose this pair and their GCD is 1, yes, their GCD is 1, and wait, n is 2000, so I can go n square, and that is nice. Shit, I do want to go n square. I do want to go n square. Let's go n square. we will go for n square, and I think that is how we are supposed to do this one. N p in n vector and a size n for int reference x in a p in x, and after filling our vector, first we will see if there are ones for length 1, int l equals 1. Yep, we will have a count of ones in our vector. Int ones equals count a dot begin and a dot end, count the number of ones there are. If ones, if there are ones, then cout n minus ones with a new line, and yeah, else we don't have ones, then yeah, we will begin taking subsets of subsequences of size, not subsequences, but subarrays of size 2. L equals 2, and the largest subsize is going to be equal to n and L plus plus. And then for int I equals 0, I less than, since there are going to be L things, I plus L minus 1 lower than n, I plus plus. I plus L minus 1 is the index of the rightmost element, and what you have to do is take the GCD of all the elements in this range. And this can be very, very slow. Shit, this can be almost like n square, n cube, if I'm not careful. So we have to be careful here. This is kind of like, we can use something sort of like a sparse table, I think. Yes, we can use something like a sparse table here to calculate GCDs of given ranges very quickly, and this might be over engineering, but let's see. And k equals 0, and yes, now we are going to implement a sparse table, while n is, we want to find the larger k, while 1 left shifted by k is smaller than n. We will do k plus plus. And that is nice. Then we will create a vector of integers which will store GCDs of ranges, and we will call it spar, as in a sparse table. Total length is going to be n, and the total number of rows is going to be n, and the total number of columns is going to be k. And now we are going to fill the columns. For int k equals, for int k dash, it can we use k dash, k equals 0, k less than equal to, k less than k less than k, and k plus k plus plus. Yes, we are using k. And then here for int I equals 0, I less than, and yes, here we have spar I k is will give us the GCD starting from ith element and ending at I plus 2 power k, 2 power k minus 1, or instead of minus 1 we can say the right element is not included. So this is what our spar table is going to give us, and we can use that later to find these GCDs very quickly, and that would be pretty nice. Okay, yes, I. So our right index is going to be I plus 1 left shifted by k amount minus 1. Yes, and yes, okay, makes sense, and I plus plus. And what we will have, do we have to initialize something? Yes, we do have to initialize something. Fill or copy for int I equal 0, I less than n, I plus plus spar I for k equal to 0 is just ai. We have initialized the thing and we can start kk from 1. And what we have here is spar I k equals gcd of spar of the left thing, and the left thing starts from index I and goes I k minus 1, starting from this same index I, yes, and k minus 1, yes, k minus 1, yes, k minus 1, and the second number is going to be I plus 1 left shifted by k amount, and here also k minus 1. Our sparse table is filled at this point, and we can use this to calculate GCDs. Yeah, and what we need when we get out is the length, int L equals 2. Yes, and so we will now take GCD of all the numbers in this range, beginning from I to I plus L minus 1. And to do that, int G equals GCD spar beginning from I, and the range would depend on k, what is the smallest k, which we can calculate right here, k equals 0, while 1 left shifted by k times is smaller than n. What we'll do is k plus plus smaller than n, but does it also need to be equal to n? If the thing is equal to n, then also no, then do not increase, then we are good to go. That is cool. And here spar k, so k will be pointing to a number that is bigger, so that is bad, and therefore k plus 1. Can we increase the k and still get a smaller number? If we can, then increase the k. That is nice. And beginning from index I, go to k, GCD there, and spar the right index. The right index is I plus L minus 1. That is the right index, minus from this 2 power k plus 1, which is 1 left shifted by k minus 1. Now, if g equals 1, then we can break. Then we can like literally break and get out to this point. And how do we get out to this point? That is a good question. You can say initially in g equals like 10 or anything, does not matter. Specifically what? Let's say n, and then we are changing g. If g equals 1, then break, and here also if v equals 1, then break, and we have the length uh, on which we are getting a GCD of 1, and the answer at this point would be n minus 1 minus or 1 plus 1 because we already have a 1. And how many operations did we have to do to get to this 1? And the number of operations would be L minus 1. L minus 1. Or maybe everything is wrong. Yes, makes sense. Token in line 24 makes sense. That was kind of out of place. And here also we have some mistake. On line 27, there is one candidate. What is wrong? GCD of spar left and right. GCD of two numbers. No matching function called to GCD allocator. Int allocator and int allocator. Okay, there is literally no function call, matching function call. Hello. Yep, code forces. Yo, cool. Start solving. Which platform is he coding on? That is code forces. Yes. Actually, you don't even need so much ops for solving basic problems. Yeah, I so much oops operations. I'm at oops. Okay, you are talking about something. My bad. GCD, no matching function called to GCD. Why that is the case? Both of them are integers. Ah, shit. Yes. Okay. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. And yes, shit. If g equals 0, if g equals 1, then output is else c out minus 1. But there is some other mistake. This, I don't know why am I even using a sparse table. That is to get GCDs very quickly. I think the overall logic is correct. For k equals 0, we are only considering one element, and in that case, GCD is going to be 1. And then for k equals 1 less than k is less than k, makes sense. Makes so much sense. Okay, yes, this makes so much sense. My bad. We were extending to beyond, too much beyond k plus 1. Okay, still out of bounds. Allocator type, I see. I think I and line g plus plus a pride dot slash out, and one of the input, yo, first year. If it is your first year, then my first year, which channel be helpful for me? If this is your first year, then you can do something like this. CS50. This is what I did in my first year, and this is one of the best things you can do. This is a free course by Harvard, American University, Harvard, and this is completely free, and this is for beginners. So that is pretty cool. and yes, completely free by Harvard. And also there are exercises and the lectures are on YouTube. You can register here on the edX website. You can also earn certificate by paying, but that is optional. You can still do the whole course without paying anything, and that is pretty nice for a beginner. Copy. Okay, we messed up somehow. 5, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, we didn't even see the high, so the mistake is before the high. In making the smart stable. 5, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, yes, the mistake is when we are creating the smart stable. Shit, this makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. Ah, right, K here. Plus dot slash out 5, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. And still there is an error right here somewhere. And yes, because of this. Wait, I'm not even checking anything here. This thing is lower than G plus plus G plus plus compile dot slash out 5 elements 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. And still there is an error right here. Smaller than n. That is nice. I plus 1. Okay, that is okay. K equals 0. K, we are going till K plus plus, while I plus 1 left shifted by K minus 1 is lower than n. Keep going for that K. Okay, but there is a mistake somewhere. Spar I kk equals spar I kk minus 1 and spar I plus 1 2 to the power of kk and kk minus 1. Okay, that seems to be completely correct. There seems to be no mistake in this. Not quite, but this guy is legit cool. You can learn from him. Okay, and learn how he thinks and approaches a problem or ask him some tips. And I think by this guy, you are referring to me. And if you are referring to me, thank you. Like, really, really, thank you. And do not say these bad things in the chat. I will start to cry. Okay, so we have spar, and there is something wrong with this. We are not going higher than k, which is very, very nice. And I is our left index. Our right index is I plus 1 left shifted by k times. This just means 2 raised to the power of k minus 1 to get the left right index. And if the right index is in the range less than n, then I plus plus. And then just execute this part. Calculate, fill. This is part table for I, K, K. Vector and spark n. Shit. G plus plus dot slash out 5 2 2 3 4 6. Okay, and we are not even seeing the high that we are printing here. So something is wrong with this part. 5 2 2 3 4 6. Okay, we are not even seeing high once, which means there is something wrong even before this. Less than n. Okay, if we put this in a bracket and see out high and line. Where is high once? So till this part we are cool, but here no cool. Uh, K will start from 1 KK, and let's change this KK to something else. Substitute KK with KI. Yeah, KI seems better. So KI, it will start from 1 and KI will go lower than KI plus plus, and 1 left shifted by KI times minus 1 plus I lower than n. If the right limit is also inside n lower than n, then okay. And then we are filling the sparse table. What is wrong with this? I cannot see what is wrong. How long have you studied C++? Uh, some time ago, I started studying C++. It is September. Uh, shit. Yeah, this year. This year. Maybe after February. But yeah, seriously, I started studying C++ from June, July. And yes, so this is here. And you can use the C++ programming language book, this one, the C++ programming language, and this is pretty cool. 4th edition, and I think 4th edition is the latest one. Yep, it is the latest one. This is pretty nice. This is by Mr. Bjorn Stroustrup, the creator of C++ language. But I would say the downside of this book is that this is about C++11, and currently we can use C++23. 23 is not fully there yet, but we can use C++20 completely. And this is about C++11, but still, this is really good. Okay, should this is the only case where we are outputting high once. Okay, so this is the only case where things are going bad. See out. Okay, with any line and not a line like this, and L. because we want to flush. K equals 2, and that does make sense. 0 and 1. So K power 2, 0. Hmm. So we will also like to go up to K. Makes so much sense. Yes. 4. Do this here and K plus 1. And then here go up to K. I think now we should be better off, or maybe not. K is smaller than the size. I mean, 2 power K is smaller than N. Yes, 2 power K is always smaller than N. Hmm, 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 hmm. Ki minus 1, Ki minus 1 spar I equals GCD of these two numbers. There is a mistake here. You're welcome. If there is anyone, then output 1. Yes. Here we should be outputting minus 1. And I think using spar table is the way to go in this. Okay, K is something that we have to go up to. Okay. Ki starts from 1 and goes up till K. I equals 0. I plus. I think I should really learn how to use GDB, GNU debugger. It would be really nice. And for a range of size 2 power K, mhm, our starting index is I equals to 0 and our ending index is I plus 1 left shifted by Ki amounts minus 1. And if our right index is also inside the range, then we will fill this spar table right now. Yes, and that does make sense. Yep, it does. Yes, it does. And then spar I Ki equals GCD of spar I K minus 1. K minus 1 is there always because we start from 1 and we have already filled everything at index 0, so that is good. And the right index, which starts from I plus 1 left shifted by Ki amounts, that is also good. 1, 2. Ki starts from 1. So our range, ah, shit, Ki minus 1. Ki minus 1. Shit. I think now we are happy. Okay, maybe not. Uh, So at least are we getting out of this thing and line? Are we getting till this part? Okay, we are getting till this part, so that is good. That is like much better than before. Then for length equal to 2 and g equal to n. What we have is we will keep increasing the length and k starts from 0 and we are seeing can how much can we increase k to get the greatest power of 2 that is smaller than the current length, not n. Okay, length and not n, and here we are checking is the right part also inside the range, and if it is, then we get the GCD of these two numbers, which is of this whole range, which k is 2 power k is smaller than L. Yep, 2 power k is smaller than L, always smaller than L. And so we are taking GCD of every number starting from 1 to k, starting from 1, going till 2 power k elements to the right. And then the second number here is 1 plus L minus I, which is the right index. Right index minus 2 power k, and this has to be plus 1, which just like cancels. Okay, this might actually be it. Okay, okay, it is working. Es funktioniert. It is working. It is working. That is pretty nice. Do you have any thought of participating in ICPC? Maybe, maybe. Right now, my main focus is to study and like make myself better. But ICPC, I think I might be able to participate in ICPC, and it would be really nice, right? To participate in ICPC and get to a certain level. Maybe not the world finals, but at national level at some point. It would be pretty nice. And I think I will participate in national level. But yes, I just took 40 minutes for a 1500 rated question. So not now, not now. Okay, let's delete the whole code and write again. Int, what do we have? We have n, and that is it. Cn, and then we will fill the vector int a, size n, take in everything, reference in a, cnn, fill the array once equals count a dot begin and a dot end, count the number of ones there are, and if we do have some ones, then output n minus ones. Else, if we do not have ones, then starting from length of size 2 or shit. No, no, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yes. And in g equals n or anything does not matter. Now we are going to create a spar table for which we need a number like k, and k equals 0 while 1 left shifted by k plus 1 plus 1 amount is smaller than n, yes, what we will do is k plus plus, then create a vector of vector integer. We will call it spar. The number of rows will be n and the number of columns is going to be k plus 1. And we have to initialize this inner column vector k plus 1. And now the base case for int I equals 0, I less than n I plus plus spar I 0 for k equals to 0 when our range is only a single number. The experience is going to be fun. Okay, yes. And also, we cannot participate alone in ICPC. We need people, we need friends, and I think I can, if anyone is willing to go with me from like who is like here from the channel, then it would be pretty nice. We can go together and break the system, do something really crazy. It would be fun. Spar I equals AI. And then for int k I beginning from 1 k power yes and k less than equal to k ki plus plus, and internally for int I equals 0 I less than I plus the left limit, the right limit is going to be 1 left shifted by ki times minus 1. If this thing is smaller than n I plus plus, if this thing is smaller than n spar I k I equals GCD of spar I beginning from I k minus 1 k I minus 1 and GCD of spar, the right limit is going to be I plus L. Now we are creating the spar table, so this is nice. I plus 1 left shifted by ki minus 1. Yes, we will not make the same mistake twice. Ki minus 1. So the spar table is filled at this point. And actually, we don't need these two here. We need them here. For nothing L lower than or equal to N L plus 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 plus. What we will have is for int I equals 0 and the right limit is I plus L minus 1, while this thing is yes, it is correct, while this thing is smaller than N, smaller than N I plus plus. So GCD, G equals GCD of spar beginning from I, K, we need a K at this point. Yes, we do need a K equals 0. And while, yes, something is messed up with the keyboard. The team should be from the same college. Shit, shit. The team should be from the same college. That is going to be hard. That is going to be hard. Shit, that is literally going to be hard to get. Yes, in a team there are 3 people, so I have to get 2 more people. In my college, not a lot of people do competitive programming, so it is going to be hard to get people from my college. But yeah, I will see. I will see what I can do. Yes, because it is going to be very fun. While 1 left shifted by k plus 1 is smaller than n k plus plus. Spar, yes, k is right there, and the right limit is I plus L plus L minus 1 left shifted by k times, and that is nice. Okay, if g equals 1, break, and if g equals 1, break, that is nice. And if here we have g equals 1, then see out. In total, there are n minus 1 numbers which are not n, which are not equal to 1. Plus, uh, how many operations did we use to make this number 1? We used L minus 1 operations. Yes, something is really bad with my keyboard. Maybe I'm using it a bit too much. Yes, minus 1, new line. Ah, can you share the question link? Yep, sure. This one. You can start solving this side by side. You're welcome. Shit, that was very instant. Shit, I think the latency is pretty low at this point. That is nice. What is the mistake here? Okay, something is really wrong with my shift key. And line. Are we getting high? Yes, we are getting high. So L, the right side, this is okay. While k plus 1 is smaller than k, smaller than L, right? That was a mistake, and everything else seems to be okay. 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 Let's submit and see how this goes. Hopefully 15 minutes. This took 50 minutes. 15 minutes is nah, 50 minutes is a lot for a question like this. Yeah. Wait, is it stuck? Shit. Wrong answer on test 32. That is kind of messed up. Wrong answer on test 32. Do I want to look at the test case? Nope. Nice. Wrong one. Yes, that is literally crazy. And shit, the latency seems to be pretty low. You are replying instantly. Wrong answer on 32 is crazy, but I will not look at the, not like right away. I will not look at the test case which gave me the wrong answer. Let's see here. So let me try to explain this. In this, first of all, we are taking in n and filling up our array A, and then we are seeing 1. Is there any 1 out there in the array? And if there is a 1, then we can pair that 1 up with other numbers, and there are total n numbers, and we have to convert n minus 1's numbers into ones which are not 1, and using one operation we can convert one number into one. So that is why if there are some ones in the vector, then we do n minus ones. But if there are not, then this thing is for optimization, and this is the main answer finding thing. And in this we are saying that L equals 2. Now we are going to take subsegments of our vector starting from length 2. We will go through the whole vector uh, like here. Ah, ah, yep. We see that there are no ones in this. Now we will consider subsegments of size 2 and we will see, is the GCD here 1? Nope. Is the GCD here 1? Yes. So we found a subsector of size 2 whose GCD is 1. And since our length began from 2 and it is increasing upward, so we can say that we are not getting a GCD of 1 with a length that is smaller than the current length that we have. So we can only get a GCD of 1 if we perform operations on these things, if we perform operations on these things. Yes, and here the length is 2. Therefore, the number of operations that we have to do to get a 1 is going to be L minus 1. And why is that? That is just because in this case it is 2 and we take GCD once and we will get 1. And yeah, and since we have performed the operation here once and the number of elements here is 2, so I just thought that it is always going to be L minus 1, and that is my only proof for here using L minus 1. And when we have done these L minus 1 operations to get a single one in our vector, then the number of ones, then the number of elements which are not equal to 1 is n minus 1. And we will have to perform the operation n minus 1 times again to make all of those non-1 elements into a 1. And this only happens if GCD is 1, if the total GCD is not equal to 1, no matter the length of the vector, no matter the length of the subsegment that we are going through, then the answer is going to be minus 1. I think I did a very bad job. Actually, I wanted to ask him something while giving contest. I usually mess up solving problems, and after the contest, when trying to attempt, it just suddenly becomes solvable. Yes, it does happen. So during contest, what mindset do you have? Me, yes. So this was kind of difficult to get used to because it is not that the problems are difficult because you are seeing after the contest you are able to solve them. The mindset has to be different and you do not have to think about the fact that you are giving a contest right now and focus completely on the question that you have in your mind. But there is always going to be that little spark or tension or stress that you are in a contest and it is going to inhibit you from solving carefully, not carefully, but freely. And because you are in a contest and you have a risk of losing your rating, so you won't be able to solve as carefully as you would be able to solve when you are not in a contest. And as to the mindset that you should have, it is hard to express that mindset using words. So giving more contests and stumbling onto the right mindset, I think is the better way instead of looking for the mindset. Yeah. So you just give more contests. Maybe you can give virtual contests also. And after some time, after giving a few contests, you would be able to get to the mindset that is productive and helps you solve problem. And I think just being consistent every day solving questions every day and giving contests whenever they come out is going to be pretty nice. And that would be, and yes, so I haven't told you about the mindset that you should have, because you would have a mindset that is more suitable to your own temperament, and you will be able to figure that out by giving more contests. So that is how I can help you. Just solving a problem for that particular topic, you will be able to catch the variations. Yes, put it into the subconscious mind, I guess. Wrong answer on 32. That is crazy. Is there something wrong? Length begins from 2, which is correct because for length of 1, we are taking it right here by seeing are there any ones in the vector. And what if the number of ones, what if the whole array is already ones, then we will output 0, which is pretty nice. Is our sparse table method for calculating the GCD good? I think it is. Yes, it is good. And this logic also is pretty solid, I think. There has to be a mistake in the implementation part because I do not think there is any mistake in the algorithmic logic part. We are taking subsegments of size L, L being the smallest, and then we keep incrementing the size. And for all the subsegments of current size L, we are checking is the GCD ever equal to 1. And if it is ever equal to 1, then we break and we break and we get out. And then we will print the answer if GCT was ever 1. And but if we went out of the array when we chose size of when L became equal to n plus 1 and still GCD was never 1, then it is like we will never be able to, yeah, in that case we will never be able to convert everything into a vector into 1. Yeah, in that case we would never be able to convert everything into 1, so we will output -1. I think the logic is pretty solid in this. So the mistake, g equals 1, then break, and even outside, if g equals 1 ever, then break. And the only thing that is changing g's value is this. Wait, can n be equal to 1? N can be equal to 1? Shit, shit. If this was the mistake, shit. Shit. I think, okay, shit. I think this was the mistake. Clear. If we have n equal to 1, we have only one element, and we say let's say the element is 1, 5. Output is 1. Though the output should have been -1 because there is no way we can convert this 5 into a 1 because there is no other element. But now I have corrected the logic. Now slash out 1, 5, -1. Cool. So that was the mistake. My bad. Now it is correct. Cool. I'm using a MacBook. Yeah, understandable. Yep, that is cool. Accepted. Cool. Yeah, so that was the mistake. Shit. We can actually look at the test case. It would be n equal to 1 and some array and a singular number. See, n equal to 1 and a singular number. That was the mistake. Wait. Here I can see 1 hour, 1 hour. Should, by the way, just saying, I just happen to know what a sparse table is. And that is the only reason I was able to solve this. And even though I knew what a sparse table is, it took me 1 hour to solve this. And I think if I hadn't known what a sparse table is, maybe I would have given up because there would be no other way to solve this, I think. Number theory, brute force, maths, DP, there is a dynamic programming way to do this. Let's look at the tutorial. Are they using a sparse table? A. Wait, this was A? Now, pride, C. Consider CNT1 as number of ones in A. So if CNT1 is greater than 0, then the answer is n minus CNT1. Otherwise, we should find a segment with its GCD equal to 1 and minimum length. Yes. We consider a segment LR where L is lower than or equal to R and its GCD DLR. We fix L and then iterate all R in order. Consider we know that this equals GCD and then yes, the next GCD is going to be the previous GCD plus GCD of this current number R plus 1. Yeah, shared, yes, we could have not used sparse table, and because here n is not very big, n is 2000 at max. So we can go n square, and using a sparse table reduces our time from n square would be the time complexity they have here, but using this sparse table approach, our time complexity became n log n. But we didn't have to use that, so yeah, but still, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, that is fine. Gluttony, envy, sloth should seven sins, seven deadly sins: greed, wrath, pride, gluttony, envy, sloth, lust. Shit. These are the seven deadly sins. Okay, that is nice. We were able to do this, and that is nice. Div 1A, Div 1A, crazy. Ah, yes. So this is div question number C and div 2 and question number 1 and div 1. That is crazy. Question A and div 1. But still, I do not get why it took me 1 hour for this question. 1 hour is a very long time. The rank is updated 244. That is good. And this one, I did this in 15 minutes, but for this one, it took me 1 hour. So implementation was wrong at first, and that took a lot of time. I think I was able to get to this logic pretty quickly, but the mistake was in implementation part. And the mistake was stupid. I was not using -1 here. That was the first mistake. And then the next mistake was this one. I started G from N and hence got wrong answer for test case 32. That was another mistake. And yeah, I was not implementing this correctly because of -1 here. And pretty much everything else was right. So yeah, okay. Implementation was the bad thing in this question, and now I'll keep it in mind. Let's go with this. Two TVs. The next question. Okay, cool. Polycarp, that is a recurring name. He wrote down all the TV programs he is interested in for today. His list contains N TV shows. Ith of them starts at moment LI and ends at moment RI. Okay. Polycarp owns two TVs. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. If one show ends at the same moment, the some other show starts, then you cannot watch them on a single TV. Polycarp wants to check out all N shows. Are two TVs enough to do so? He wrote down all TV programs he is interested in for his day. L and R. L and R. Overlapping. We cannot have more than two things overlapping. Yes, we cannot have any segment in which three things are overlapping. Here, only this and this are overlapping, and that is okay. And that is always okay. Here we have this, this, and this, and this. These all four are overlapping at 2, and that is bad. So we cannot have three things overlapping at the same time, because if they are overlapping, we will have to use different TVs. Polycarp owns two TVs. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs, but he can only watch one show at a different time moment on a single TV. If one show ends at the same moment, wait, two TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. If one show ends at the same moment, some other show starts, then you cannot watch them on a single TV. Polycarp. Okay, so the overlapping cannot be greater than 1. Yeah, the overlapping size cannot be greater than 1. Okay. Yeah, we can take them and sort these things. Let me do my best and solve this. What? E data structures dot fan, that is not the question we are doing right now. C, two TVs. Int n, take in n, and then with LSP stop the LSP. That is my vector pair int, and let's call them times. No, Doctor Strange times pair int. Right, cool. And now for int I, 0, I less than n, I plus yes, the keyboard is messed up. AI times dot first times dot second. Okay, and now we need to sort everything. Sort times dot first times dot second, and now for int I equals 0, I less than n minus 1, I plus. If the next show, and we will here have a boolean value p equals 2, we will assume it is possible. And if the next show, which is going to be times I plus 1, not first. If, okay, I messed up here. This has to be end and this has to be begin if times dot first is greater than greater than or equal to times I dot second, then okay, but we are checking for the opposite, which would be if the second show, the next show starts at a time that is lower than this current time, and yeah, so the difference is always at least one, and that is nice. Yeah, if this is not the case, then P equals false and they see out depending on P question mark. If P is true, then yes, otherwise, no. Okay, that has to be pair, not pari. I didn't save the thing. For times dot first. Times I dot first. Times I dot second and times dot second. Okay, okay, that is cool, and I think this is going to work because like this is very basic. Just we have to see how much the overlap is. If the overlap is greater than one block, then no, then false. But if it is smaller, then okay. Shit. Okay, that is crazy. Times I dot first, if that is smaller than times I dot second. Why would this fail? Why would this fail? Right, that is bad. Why would this fail? So here we take in n and then we create the vector of n pairs called times. Times is like too big. Time, the word times is too big. Substitute times with t on the whole line. T is better. Pair t, c in ti dot first, ti dot second. Yes. And we also have the fact that Li and Ri are not equal. So Li is always going to be at least one less than Ri. That is a good thing. And then we are sorting T dot begin and T dot end. We can sort them in any order, does not matter. No, yes, we can sort them. We have to sort them in ascending order, and they are being sorted in the ascending order. That is good. Then we suppose that P is true. And then we are iterating through all the consecutive sets starting from the first show till the second last show, and we are seeing does the next one starts before this one ends. Yep, before this one ends. And if this does happen, then make P equals false and break. And here we are checking P. What is wrong with this? Polycarp wants to check out all N shows. So he wants to watch them completely or not completely. Like if he watches just 1 hour, check out. He wants to check out. Does it mean he wants to watch them completely or not? Shit, he doesn't want to watch them completely, and that is okay. So the next show, the end times. Yes, 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 yes. The end times cannot be the same. He wants to just check them out and not watch them completely. I mean, that also makes sense. What are the first two lines in the main function? These two. Yes. So this line is, since there are two ways for input output in C++, you could either use the basic scanf, scanf and printf for input output, or you have cin for input and cout. And since there are two different ways, and scanf and printf have their own different buffer from which they take in input and put out output, and cin and cout have their own different buffer. So C++ by default thinks that these two buffers should be same, should be in sync. They should be synchronized, so that if you use like cin for taking in some input and then you use scanf for taking in some input in this scanf manner, it does not mess up the input that you are taking in. And also when you do printf somewhere and then you start doing cout, this printf puts some text into some buffer which is not yet printed out onto the console, and cout also does the same thing, but the buffer in which these two functions put the text which is supposed to be put out on the terminal, those two buffers are different, and by default they are supposed to be in sync, so that whenever you use cout, first of all, whatever is in the printf buffer, it goes to the terminal, and then whatever you put into the cout buffer, it prints. But and also whenever you use printf, by default, whatever is in the buffer of cout, it gets printed to the terminal, and then you put whatever text is into the printf buffer. That is slow. That is slow because whenever you are using cout, like here, you first empty the printf buffer and then you use cout, and that is a bit much overhead. So this thing, IOS, input output system, or maybe operating system, input output stream sync with standard IO false. So this overrides the default behavior of syncing scanf and mm, like the normal stdio operations of using printf and scanf, and the stream operations, IO stream. So they are not synced anymore, and whenever I use cout, I just put stuff to the buffer of cout, and we do not care about what is in there in the printf buffers. But the downside of this is that if I were to use printf, I will get undefined behavior because these two buffers are not synced anymore. And this thing has its own different meaning. If okay, thank you. I think I was doing a very bad job, but thank you. And scene tie. This thing has a different meaning. This means that whenever you are using cin by default, what happens is a user puts some text on the terminal using the keyboard, and cin, what it does is it asks the operating system to get a bunch of text, as much text as cin can take from the operating system which is on the terminal, the thing that the user writes on the terminal. And then cin keeps all that text into a buffer, and whenever we do cin, this input operator, cin gives us a small part of that text from the buffer, so that, because normally when we use scanf, this function call goes to the operating system itself, and this makes a syscall, and syscalls are heavy. And yeah, so if we were normally going to use this scanf function for every input that we are taking in, we would be making a syscall, and that is bad because it is a heavy operation. Because of context switching, syscalls are heavy. So we do not want to do this. Instead, cin makes a bulk syscall and takes in a lot of things and puts them into our buffer. And whenever we use this take into operation, this cin object gives us some text from that internal buffer, and we are not making any external syscalls. And what this thing does is, normally when we take input from the terminal, we first want to prompt the user, ask them some question, and then take in the input, their response. So by default, whenever we use cin, whatever is there in the buffer of cout, it gets flushed to the screen. If there is some text in the cout buffer, it goes out to the screen, and then we take in input, because that is how the default behavior should be. But we do not want this here. We do not want to flush out cout buffer every time that we are taking in input, because look at this, n can be very big, and here we are using cin twice technically, and we do not want to uh cout shit flush every time that we are using cin. So this thing removes that so-called tie, and we are not flushing cout buffer every time that we are doing cin. And I think that is a fine explanation. I don't know. Oh, understandable. You surely know what you are doing, putting those lines and knowing the exact meaning of it. Good job. Thank you. I had to look it up. Bro, I want to ask you something. I don't get to see a lot of people using NeoVim. Yeah, sure. But NeoVim is amazing. NeoVim is amazing. Shit, I was doing a question. Yes, shit, I was doing a question. And I have to work on my articulation skills so that I can explain things better. Uh, sort. Yes, we just have to see if they are not overlapping. Yes, at any point there is not three overlaps. Shit, this is very similar to another question. There are a lot of people, they are not on internet. Yes. And also Indian brain isn't capable enough to understand one more scripting language. Lua script. Lua is yeah, Lua is nice. Lua script. And Lua is like even simpler than Python, because Lua has only, I think, 22 keywords and not more than that, which is even lower than Python. Python has 32 keywords, I think. Okay, when would this be false? This would be false if we have something like this. If we have segments like this, if TV shows are intersecting like this, then I can always watch this. I can have this other show, show number two, this show number one, show number two, show number three. In this interval, I can watch show number one. In this interval, I can watch show number two. Here, I can watch show number three. And yes, I'm always checking out, check out. I don't have to watch the whole show. I can always check out all the shows. But there would be a case when there is some overlap, and then there is a third show which is completely inside the other shows, and still I would be able to check them out, right? In this interval, I can check out this first show. Here I can check out this second show, and here I can check out this other show. And even if everything is completely overlapping, I can always check them out. It would depend on the size of the overlap. Shit, yes. If two things are completely overlapping, let's say if three things are completely overlapping, all of them begin at time 1 and end at time 2. I can in 1 hour watch this one show, in the second hour watch this other show, but I don't have any time to watch this third show. So the size of the overlap, this gap, which is going to be the right index minus the left index plus 1, 2 minus 1 plus 1, 2, this thing always has to be greater than the number of things which are overlapping at this point. And yes, but if we have something like this, then we can always watch them because the overlap is not complete. I have this thing. Yeah, I can watch them at other times. For a given show, if the number of overlaps is greater than the length of the show, then this is bad. Yes, the number of overlaps, if they are greater than the length of the show, but some of those shows which are overlapping with this show, they might extend further or behind than the current show. And that is so I don't have to watch them in this particular interval. I can watch them some other time. Yo, faster. I myself use Vim, but it is not as efficient as people say. Come on, going from visual mode to insert mode every time to edit something just much is just too much work. No, like it is just press I and I can like go anywhere I want. It's not a lot of work. Maybe it is because you just have to get used to it. Use cursor. No, I do not want to. When my hands are on the keyboard, I do not want to pick up my right hand, put it on the mouse, use it, and then go back to the keyboard and type. That is a lot of work. That is like literally moving my arm, not even my hand, but moving my arm. And that is a lot of work. Yes, agreed. Agreed. How can I make you moderator? Uh, report? No. Is there a star or something? Shit, that might be too much. But yeah, no, I agree. Faster. Even I am a new geek. Yes, that is nice. And I know how good it is. It is very good. But for a proper workflow setup, it takes time tinkering the editor. Yes, it does take time. And also, if you are using NeoVim, you know what LSP ins- LSP info. My bad. Shit. Yeah, you know what a LSP is, and if you are using NeoVim, that is, you know what a LSP is and what is uh, inspect tree. Abstract syntax tree, what a abstract syntax tree is and what is a tree sitter. So yeah, that is very nice to know. If you are using Neo but using VS Code, you don't know how this thing is getting colored. Why is this thing Green. How did the text editor know to color this thing green or whatever this color is? Why is this thing blue? And how is everything happening? You would not know if you are not using NeoVim, if you are using VS Code. Two, Vim has many key maps. I know you have to get your hands on and learn just too much work. But the reward that you get after putting that much work is a lot. Like I'm very fast with this NeoVim and still I'm learning about NeoVim and I would be able to be really much more faster. No, I do not use Mason. And by the way, what diagnostic tool you use? Diagnostic as in for what? For diagnostics for what? Instead of I being the block, A is ahead of it and O is typing from the next line and capital O go into insert mode on the above line. And that is pretty nice. No, I do not use Mason. I manually install LSP and configure my LSP from here. LSP config. Yep. And I have three automatic configurations for LSPs, Lua LSP, Python LSP, and TypeScript LSP, and nothing else. And for the C++ LSP, it is right now off. And if I want to turn it on, I can do. I can give the command LSP start clang D, and now the LSP is on. We can do LSP info, and the LSP is on. If I make any mistake, sometimes it like does not work when I start it manually. Shit, it is still not working. LSP start clang D. Okay, sometimes clang D hallucinates. I don't know why. It just doesn't work sometimes. Yeah, I manually configured that, all of that. Debugger, I do not use a debugger, but I will be learning GCD. Not, yeah, GCD, GNU debugger. GDB, not GCD. What is GCD? Google code. I don't know. Yeah, but I will be learning GDB and that would be pretty nice. I use there are too many as grep or something commands, but you do not have to learn everything. You can just GCD. It is GDB. GDB. Google GNU debugger, right? What is GCD? GCD compiler. Shit. Greatest common divisor. Of course, yes. Shit. GCD is greatest common divisor. Yes, that happens from time to time. Uh, okay. Right now I'm using G++. Okay, let me show you one thing because I have used LLDB and yes, it is still there. Let me show you. Let me show you the power that comes with this. So here we have this program, okay, and I should stop the timer. Let's have a simple program, hello.cpp, and write something simple, int main, include iostream, and int a equals 5, int b equals 10, std, cout, a plus 5, a plus b, and a new line. This is a very simple program as we can see. And if I were to compile this using lang plus plus hello.cpp with G, I think it is G with G flag, It is now compiled, and shit, I should give it a name. Name is out. And now I can use LLDB, which is Clang debugger, on this out file. And if I do list, okay, I forgot the commands. List, let's set a breakpoint on the main function. Breakpoint is set on the main function, and we can start executing, I think, with E or run. Yes, run R, and now the function will run. It is asking for the password. Enter your password. Okay, so now we are in the function, and if I do, I think, print A, I see that A equals 2. Why? Because A is not yet initialized. And if I do n to go to the next line, now that line has been executed and A should be equal to 5. So print A is equal to 5. And that is not even the great thing. The great thing is we can execute a command and say A equals 6, and now print A is equal to 7. And that is amazing. Go to the next line and variables. There is a command which you can use to see all the list of the variables. But okay, I forgot, I haven't used this for a long time now. Print B is equal to 10. We can change B, execute B equals 5, and we can say execute A equals 5, and when we print, we will output 10. And we did output 10 on the next line, and that is cool. So that is just the power that you get with this. That is pretty crazy. Bro guessed it. Bro guessed it. Hello. Yes, shit, I have to go to the washroom. I'll be right back in a minute. No, I'm to be back. And yes, you were able to guess that my password is password. That is nice. Check this if you feel like it. For debugging, this shit is good for going more granular, but debugging. But I want something visual debugger, which VS Code provides, and this is similar to what VS Code provides, right? Just being a dev, you should allow link passing in your chat. I don't know how to do that. Moderation activity. Can you pass a link now? It is off. Timestamps on, reaction on. That is nice. And I made a new config just for PHP and Laravel. Shit. I don't know PHP and Laravel. Laravel we don't think. Shit. PHP, I haven't done anything in PHP, and I know Laravel, not as in I know how to code stuff in the Laravel framework, but I know that it uses PHP for website building. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Silk Road, the website by Ross Ulbricht, it was also written in PHP, so that is pretty nice. Hmm. Okay, I will figure out how I can enable link sharing in the chat, and that would be nice. And getting back to this question, things overlapping. If we have a segment like this starts at 2, this is 3, and a segment like this at 1, this one is at 4, and then another which starts at through and 3. Here the answer would be no, because I can watch this one at time 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I have total 4 hours. On the first hour I can watch this one. On the second hour I have 3 choices. Either watch this second, let's name them. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So on the first hour we can watch 1. On the second hour we have the choice between 2, 3, and 1 we have already watched. So this is also fine. Yeah, this will output yes. This will output yes. Check them out. That is the mistake. That is the main thing. He doesn't have to watch all, like he has to watch all of them, but not completely. He only has to check them out. That is the main thing. Okay. Shit, my bad. Yes. I remember first year I saw a video of Neil W doing Facebook Cup. I thought I would be able to, or even some close to it in my fourth year. I am starting DSA now. Shit. Bro lagged behind a bit. Is this you? My first website. New. No, this is for Astro Neowim. Is this the right one? Uh, cost of 2. A template for getting started with Astro and Vim. Astro and Vim. Shit, that is crazy. Press use the template button above to create a new repository to store your own configuration. What are the things in this? We have some plugins, lazy setup, polish, Mason is also there. What are you installing? LSP, HTML LSP, IntelliSense Fence, Intel Fence, CSS LSP, Tailwind LSP, TypeScript LSP, JSON LSP, Base Pyrite for Python, Rust Analyzer is also there, and for formatting, that is nice. There's just a lot of stuff here. For debugging, shit, I haven't gotten to debuggers this hard. We can use debuggers inside Vim. I didn't know that. PHP debugger, adapter, code, LLB, LLDB. That is nice. Tree sitter, Tokyo Night is cool. Tokyo Night is cool. Tokyo Night is cool. Group box. Tokyo Night is cool. Tokyo Night is by Tokyo Night is by Folk. Folke Folk. Yeah, that is nice. If I ever write something in PHP, and I think I might, I will go here. And now getting back to the question, which is this. We have things overlapping, segments which are overlapping, and in this case, we can figure out the total overlap and find the length of that overlap and divide and see how many things are overlapping, and if the number of things that are overlapping greater than the total union of the thing, then the answer is going to be a no. Still, but no, that is not always the case. For example, in this case, if we have a big segment and internally we have a few small segments overlapping, answer for this thing is going to be false because of this. So we can start from the left segment and we will see how many things are overlapping with this current segment. And how do we do that? We do that. What are the restraints? Full 10 power 5. Complete overlap. Okay, whatever this thing is overlapping with, these things are either overlapping with the same things or something smaller, but not larger, because if this thing is overlapping, then we can go forward in a chain, and if this thing is overlapping with some segment and this smaller segments are either overlapping with it or not overlapping with it, and if they are overlapping with something, then we would have considered that in the same range as we are considering this. Yeah. So the right range is always going to decrease. At how much is the question? We cannot go n square. N square would be very bad. We cannot go n square. We have 2 seconds to do this. Our code cannot take more than 2 seconds. Here the answer is no. Here the answer is yes. The overlap, 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 overlap. Complete overlap. Uh, if our segments are like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have one segment here from 1 to 2, another segment at the same interval, and then another segment from 2 to 3, and then another segment from 2 to 3. Here the answer is no, because the total number of overlaps in this is 4 and the range of time that we have is 3, and we cannot watch 4 things in 3 times. So therefore the answer is no. We do not have enough time to watch all of these. So we want to find a fast method for taking union of sets. Yep, for finding union of sets. When I'm at this, but for finding unions, when I'm there at this pink segment, I can see that this green one is overlapping. And okay, cool. I think we can have a vector of Boolean, right? And whenever we see a overlap like this, we will see at the starting index, and we will have a pointer in this Boolean vector which is pointing to the first hour, that is. And how big can the ranges be? Range can be very big, so we cannot have a Boolean vector in this big. But you don't have to. We only need a pointer, I. We can have I initially pointing to 0, pointing to 1, and I says what is the smallest R that is free right now. And for every segment, we will see what the first R is for this segment, right? And when I see that I have to start watching this show from time 1, then and I will look at my pointer and it is also at 1, and I is always pointing to something that is free, so I can watch my show at R1. Then I will increase I by 1. Then I will look at this second segment and I can watch this segment in the range from 1 to 2. 1 is already taken. I is right now 2, and is I in this range 1 to 2? Yes, I is in this range. Then we will make I equals 3. Then we will go to this segment, and here I can watch this show, check out this show from 1 to 3, 2 to 3, and is I in this range? Yes, it is in this range, so that is cool. We will make I increment by 1. I is now 4, and for this last segment we have the same range, 2 to 3, and is I still in this range? Nope, nope. So that is, yeah, that is nice, that is nice. We can do that. That will work, hopefully. LSP stop, yes. Sort everything. Instead of I, we will take X, or we can say R, and like R. So for all the segments, we will see. We will also have a Boolean, bool P equals true. We will initially assume that it is possible to do this thing. Now, if H greater than or equal to the left limit for this current segment, the starting time of this current segment, the starting time for this current segment is Ti dot first, and H is lower than or equal to the ending time of this current segment, Ti dot second. If that is the case, then H plus plus, or not plus plus, but H equals maximum of H plus 1 or Ti dot first. Yes, because H might be like V of before. We don't have to check. Yeah, every R starting from H till infinity is free. So we do not have to check for first. We only have to check is H equal to or smaller than the end time. And if it is, then H equals maximum of H plus 1 or Ti dot first. And that is going to work. Ti dot first plus 1. Because we will watch this show at Ti dot first, then we do plus 1. Or we might watch this show at time H, then we will increment H by 1. Else, if that is not the case, then P equals false and break. Okay, seems to be running. At least for the test cases, it is. And laptop is going to die. Let me save my laptop also. It is running. Okay, it is now messing up at test case 6. And why would it mess up? I cannot think of a scenario in which this thing would mess up. Okay, what is the minimum time? Shit, does the time start from 0? Yes, it does. The time starts from 0, so that was my mistake. And there is a shortcut in NeoVim which we can use to reduce or increment or decrement the first number that is appearing in a line in which on the line the cursor is at. To increment the number, we can do Control A. We can keep doing Control A. The number increases by 1. And to decrement the number, we can do Control X, which decreases the number. And we can also use our normal motion count thing. So if I do 7, Control X, the number reduces by 7. That is nice. Let's see. I think that was the mistake. I started H from 1, but it should have been started from 0. Can we go past the test? This sorting is also correct. Auto X and auto Y. Sorting is correct. There is no mistake with the sorting. If the first elements in the sorting are different, then they are sorted based on the first element, and if they are the same, then the sort function takes into account the second element. Else p equals false and break. If h, the free hours are not here. Yes, this is using a greedy algorithm and it should be working, but it is not working. Just type it out, man. Even for increment the number. No, this is just some quirks of using NeoVim, and it feels very amazing that we can do this. Like, look at this, increasing by 1, decreasing by 1. We have to start from 0. H lower than equal to t I dot second. If that is the case, only then. And what is the invariance? Invariance is that all the r's starting from h, including h, till positive infinity, we are free to do anything we want. The only doubt I have is how are pairs compared in C++. If first pair 1 dot first is smaller than pair second dot first, then pair 1 is considered less. If pair first is greater, then pair 1 is considered greater and second element tiebreaker. If first elements of the two sets are same, then the comparison proceeds to the second elements, and if the second element of the first pair is smaller than the second element of the second pair, then pair 1 is considered less, and that is exactly how we want things to be. So there is no mistake in sorting. P equals true. And yes, I am intentionally not looking at the test case in which we got the wrong answer. And that is intentional. That is not a bug, that is a feature. That is too much brightness. Polycarp owns 2 TVs. He can watch 2 different shows simultaneously with 2 TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given time. So what even is the point of having 2 TVs, right? What is the point of having 2 TVs? Moment on a single show. If one show ends at the same moment some other show starts, then you cannot watch them on a single TV. The problem statement is a bit ambiguous. Okay, he has the starting and ending times of all the TV shows. Polycarp owns 2 TVs. He can watch 2 different shows. He can watch 2 different shows simultaneously with 2 TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. Okay, he can watch 2 different shows, but he can only watch one show. He can watch 2 different shows simultaneously with 2 TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. He can watch two shows simultaneously with two TVs. If he has two TVs, he can watch two different shows, but he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. And the definition for this watch and this watch, I think, are different. I think by here he can watch two shows simultaneously with two TVs. Here it means the shows will be on, like turned on different TVs, but he can only watch. And by this watch, they mean like looking at the TV, watching, literally watching the show. One show at a given moment on a single TV. Because if this watch and this watch are same, this does not make sense because he can only watch one show. He can watch two different shows simultaneously. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs. If one show ends at the same moment, some other show starts, then he cannot watch them on a single TV. That makes sense. Check out is able to check out all the shows using only two TVs. I think there is like no explanation although there. Okay, shit. I think I get it. Think, uh, okay, I think this means whenever he starts watching a new show, whenever he turns on a new show, it has to be, yo, let's go. How are you? How is everything going? On October, in October, you will be having your ICPC regionals. And this is the question that we are trying to do. And this problem statement is very ambiguous. Look at this. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. That feels very ambiguous somehow. Polycarp wants to check out all N shows. Are two TVs enough to do so? So my understanding in the last 50 minutes, right now it is changing, and I think he can start a show if only if the he can only start a show if he starts it at the time that the show starts. Like he can only turn on a show, put a show on a TV only at the time when the show starts. And if he does not have, if he has two shows running on two TVs and a new show starts, then he won't be able to put that show on to any TV because he cannot turn off any of the TVs, any of the shows which are running right now. And that would be bad. Yes, that would be bad. If three segments overlap, if two segments overlap, that is nice. He has two TVs, he can watch them. But if three segments overlap, then it is bad. What do you think? 25th and 27th. That is going to be pretty cool. What website is this? This is Code Forces, a Russian website. Oh, shit, the logo is gone right now. Harbor Space. Yeah, this is Code Forces. And we do competitive programming on Code Forces. Code Forces by Ton, the open network. And Ton is the same thing which sponsors Telegram, I think. Yeah, you can do competitive programming here, and competitive programming is pretty nice. You are given a bunch of questions, you have to solve them pretty quickly and also be right about them and not take 53, 54 minutes on a single simple question. This is not even that hard. I just do not get the problem statement. If we have a show running and another show starts, I can always watch this on a separate TV. Yep. But if I have multiple shows and then let's say I have a next show starting at like this, I can turn on this show on TV1, and then when this show is on, I can turn this on TV2. Answer I think for this one is going to be no. Let's talk about this one. Here the answer is no. There is no help here. Here we have these shows, and the timings are 1, 2, and 3. I can put this on TV1, put this on TV1, and this one on TV2. And when I need to put this one or this any one of these on, I cannot put them on because I can put at least one of them on onto one TV, and I don't even get the question. This is a bit too ambiguous and not clear. Bool P equals true. We'll suppose that it is all in the starting, it is possible to watch them. But, 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 Polycarp owns two TVs. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs. But he can only watch one show at a given moment on a single TV. And if one show ends at the same moment other show starts, then you cannot watch them on a single TV. You will have to put one show on another TV. So if overlapping is of 3 segments, I think if the overlapping is, and so I think we cannot turn off a show while it is going on. That is bad. So if we do not have a empty TV, then answer is then we won't be able to put the new show on any of the TV because no TV is empty right now, and that would be when we have overlapping of 3 segments. So how do we see that? Okay, bool O V. O as in overlapping. Initially overlapping is false. For shit, my keyboard is has to be fixed. For int I equals 0, I less than n minus 1, I plus plus. Right. So the next segment, if O if the current segment has a overlapping from the previous segment, then this cannot afford to have a overlapping from the next segment. But that is not the case. We have to see three. We have to go forward in groups of three. Yeah, that would be nice. I think there might be a smarter way to do this, but let's do this. And how would these be, the next three elements be overlapping if their starting point is on or to the left of the end point of the current segment? So if starting point, which is ti plus 1 dot first smaller or equal to ti dot second, the ending point for the current segment, and so like the current one and the next one are overlapping, and ti plus 2 dot first is also overlapping with the current one, ti dot second. If that is the case, then p equals false and b. And in the end, depending on p, small p, not capital, no. Okay, this is working here, but I cannot be sure later. I don't think it is too ambiguous. Shit. I don't know. I mean, what does he mean by he can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs? Like by this watch, I think they mean he can put two TV shows on at the same time if he has two TVs, but he can like literally look at only one TV show. Okay, there is still N cube. This is bad. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Running. Okay. Yo. Running. Shit, it is still running. It is not even executing any test case. And there might be. Okay, running on test case 9. That is good. 9 is good. 9 is. If three things are overlapping, then no. I think it is just better to look at the place where I got the wrong answer. Look at the test case, but no, that is not very ethical. Okay, he has the ith of them starts at Li moment and ends at Ri moment. Polycarp owns two TVs. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment. On a single TV, he can only watch one show, but on two TVs, he can watch two shows. Okay, shit. I think, okay, so he can watch two shows on two TVs, but on a single TV, he can only watch one show. So there is no split screen. Shit. Okay, okay, okay. I think now I'm getting it. He can always put them up. He can watch two shows at the same time, and he only wants to check them out and not watch them completely. When would be the time when you won't be able to watch the shows? It is exactly in a scenario like this. He has less time and more TV shows to watch. If we say h equals 0, like I'm trying to now implement the same logic which I implemented a while ago, in which we are saying that from h equals 0 till positive infinity, time is empty. He can watch all the shows that he wants to watch. For int I equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus. And if the spare and also the fact that he can watch two shows at the same time, that is pretty nice. He can watch two shows at the same time. Yep. He can watch two shows at the same time. Wait, if he can watch two shows at the same time because he has two different TVs, 1, 2, and 1, 2, and then 2, 3, and 2, 3. At R1, he can watch this show and this show simultaneously. And then when this time begins, he can put these shows on. He must have a spare TV for that. Shit, I am giving way too much time to this question. It's been 2 hours and 43 minutes. And today I will complete the sheet, two TVs. This does seem ambiguous to me. Polycarp owns two TVs. He can watch two different shows simultaneously with two TVs, but he can only watch one show at a given moment. Watch two shows simultaneously with two TVs. I think the definition of this watch and this watch is different. That is the thing. By this watch, they mean he can put on the TV shows, and by this watch, they mean that he can literally watch the show. If one show ends at the same moment another show starts, then you cannot watch them on a single TV. You will have to use another TV to watch the shows. You will have to use another TV to watch the show. I think that H approach in H equals 0 is good. Every hour beginning from h to the positive infinity is free. I can watch a show at that time. Yep, I can watch a show at that time. That is nice. But I was getting the wrong answer on test case 6 with this. If the time limit, end limit for the current show, in that case, I should sort all of these depending on their ending time. The one that that ends quickly, I should watch that quickly. And the one that ends later, I can watch that later. That is nice, I think. Now, sorting them depending on their starting index is okay. And if two shows have the same starting index, if two shows have the same starting index, then then those shows are sorted according to their ending time in ascending order. As in, like, if you are watching TV, you can only put on a show until it finishes completely. Uh, uh, lead code contest? No, I do not give lead code contests. My profile on lead code, uh, don't go there much. This is my profile on Code Forces. My name, just my name. And but it is just extending this to two TVs. As in, like, if you are watching TV, you can only put on a show until it finishes completely. Yes, only that is the end time, right? We cannot put it on when after it has finished, but it is just extending this to two TVs. So you can have two shows at once, but both of them are busy until the shows end. So wait, I cannot stop, remove a show before it ends. If I cannot remove a show before it ends. Okay, cannot watch them twice. You can watch only one show at a given moment on a single TV. You have to wait for the show to completely end before putting another show on the same TV. Okay, if that is the case, then the code that we wrote earlier about overlapping, right? This one, this one should work, because if we have three things overlapping, then it is going to be messy. We cannot have this. Here we are checking if the next show, whatever it is it overlapping with the current one? And also, is the show after that overlapping with the current one? So in that case, three things are overlapping. Wait, but we can, okay, this approach here we are checking if, yeah, here we are supposing that we can only put on a TV show when it starts. But that is not the case. Here you are saying we can put on a TV show at any time we want, but we can only remove it when it ends. We can only remove a TV show when it ends. Sure, this is correct. This should still be working if three things overlap. Yep, if three shows overlap, then it is bad. Okay, I will look at the test case. This is like too much time on a simple question. Wrong answer, literally wrong answer. Output is no, but the answer is yes for this. 1, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are overlapping, but okay, shit. These two are overlapping with this one, but they themselves are not overlapping with each other. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, makes sense, makes sense. For three things to be overlapping, these three have to overlap with each other pairwise. Yeah, shit. So these two have to overlap with the current pair, and they have to overlap with each other, which could be checked by ti plus 2, like the next show dot first begins before or at the same time that this one ends. The next one ends dot second. And this is going to work. Yeah, I think this is going to work. That would be cool. It is getting tested, and in the meantime, I can rewrite the code. Int n, c in n, and shit. Okay. Wrong answer on test key is 49. So shit. That is bad. Test key is 49. Vector pair. Yes, my keyboard is messed up. Vector pair, we will call it t time size n pair int initialize, then for int I equals 0, I less less than n, I plus plus cn ti dot first ti dot second, and then sort end end. Yeah, sort t dot begin and t dot end If two things have the same starting time, how would I like to increment them? Anyway, does not matter. Yeah. How would I like to sort them? I can sort them in any order, does not matter because I am whatever the order is, their starting time is smaller than their ending time. So it is going to work. Less than n minus 2, I plus, always we are considering the next three things. Yep. And if the current pair, if the current show coincides or overlaps in any way with the next two shows, P dot Pi dot second is smaller than, is greater or equal to Ti plus 1 dot first, and Ti dot second overlaps also with Ti plus 2 dot first, and those two overlap with each other, which would be when Ti plus 1 dot second is greater or equal to Ti plus 2 dot first. If that is the case, then no, then P equals false and break. And then at the end, depending on P, depending on P question mark, P question mark, yes, this is going to work here, but it is failing on test 49. Let me submit it once more and we'll see if this is still failing. This problem is basically identical to the task scheduling and overlapping. And overlapping includes endpoints. Yes, right here I'm checking if they are even equal to, then this is considered overlap, right? Makes sense. This is like task scheduling. If I do not have a core left, a free core in which I can run something, if there is no idle core, then we cannot execute this task when it begins. I think we'll get a wrong answer on test 49 because this is basically the same code that we submitted there. Okay, okay, we went past 6, that is nice. Then 19, we went past 11, that is nice. Can we go past 19 and then 49? I think this will give a wrong answer on 49. And yes, as in tasks, doing greedy problem like in competitive programmer handbook. Yes, there is a in that, in CPHP there is task scheduling, and there we always look at the end point, right? Data compression, tasks, and deadlines. But I think in this we have to, yeah, we were optimizing for something, but not if this is possible or not. Yeah, wrong answer. Let's see. 1 to 8. Okay. Next one, output. Yes, answer is no. Okay. these, okay, this one is not overlapping with this. That is nice. But this one is overlapping with this, which is overlapping with this. Ah, shit. Here, three are overlapping. These three are overlapping. So when makes sense. Okay, yes, we should focus at the end time. For this problem, you can just greedy assign shows based on their end points. You have to schedule a show in a lower end point, then another show with a higher end point. Because I have less time to watch that show, the higher end point. Otherwise, you cannot schedule the first show if you run the second. Makes sense. So I should sort these. Okay, now they are in the opposite order. And yes, the basic idea is just if there is overlapping, and in this case there is overlapping of three shows, this one, and this one. Now given endpoints of shows, now they are sorted according to the increasing order of the endpoints. If they overlap, then the endpoint of the next show is to the right. The starting point. Okay, this statement has to be changed. And these are sorted. If the if current show is overlapping with the next two shows, and those next two shows are overlapping with each other, but where are they overlapping? Shit, I'm just messing this up. I'm just messing this up. I sorted them according to their end point, and here the answer is no in this case. This one will end first, then this one will end, then this one will end, and then this one will end. I can watch this one before this one ends. Then I can watch this one, this one, this one. but I can only put them on according to their starting time. This These three are overlapping with each other. I only have 2 seconds to 2 hours to watch this one, which is from hour 6 and 7. These are not overlap. 5 to 9. Shit. Let me go to the washroom. I'll be right back in a minute. And hopefully I do not mess around. Yep, I'm back and I am just unable to get that question right now. So I can skip this question for now and I will come back to this later with maybe a fresh mind or something. Yeah, and let's go to the next question. Little girl and maximum sum. This one we can start the stopwatch. And yep, let's solve this one. The little girl loves the problems on array queries very much. One day she came across a rather well-known problem. We have got an array of n elements. The elements of the array are indexed starting from 1. Also, there are q queries. Each query is defined for integers L2R. You need to find each query the sum of the elements of the array with indices L2R inclusively. The little girl found the problem rather boring. She decided to reorder the array elements before replying to the query in a way that makes the sum of of queries maximum as possible. Your task is to find the value of this maximum sum. This was boring, so she decided to reorder the array elements before replying to queries in a way that makes the sum of query replies maximum possible. What does that mean? There are 3 queries, 3 numbers, 5, 3, 1. First query is number from 1 to 2 and 25. 5 plus 3, 25. 5 plus 3, 8. Then 2 and 3, 3, 2. Then plus 1, 3, which is like all the elements. So 5, 3, 8. 8 plus 5, 13. 13 plus, or she is reordering them all every time. So here the sum of all the big elements of all the elements would be 8 plus 2, 10, 10 plus 8 plus 8, 8 plus 8, 18, 20. Okay, so for this we do not have to reorder anything. And for this we can put 5 in the middle. That would be nice. So we would be having 5 for this and 5 for this. And it would be total sum is 10 for this query, the sum would be 10. And then for this query, the sum would be 5 plus 3 and 8. And the sum for this query would be 5 plus 2, 7. So 7 plus 8 plus 10, 25. Okay. So we know the frequency of all the elements that they are appearing, how many times they are appearing, and the one that is like being queried maximum number of times. We will, and yeah, we will increase its count, and then at the end we will take the maximum element and add that element to our answer that many times, and then the next element the next smallest times. Yeah, so here the total range ranges from 1 to 5. The total range is like 5. Total range is 5, and 1 for each element one time, then 2 and 3. So we can say then index 2 and index 3 are inquired 2 and 3 times. So we can use a map. No, we can, yeah, we can use a map, but in this whole range I will have to increase the count of the second number by 1, and also the third number by 3, and the time complexity could go up to n into q, which is bad. So that would not be the thing. L and R. Please do not use this specifier for writing 64-bit numbers. Okay, here we can get 5 and 4 multiple times. We can get 5 and 4 3 times. So 5 3 times would be 15, and 4 3 times would be 12. That is 27, and then we will get this, and this one time each. 6, 27 plus 6, that is 33. That is the right answer. No, for div 3 questions, no, I didn't solve the questions. I thought I will do a virtual contest, but then I thought maybe no, because I wanted to solve all of these 1500 rated questions, and yeah, shit, I messed up this one, and now I'm trying to solve this one. But yeah, that division 3 contest, maybe I will give it today or tomorrow. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. Yeah, and then we can discuss the questions. So I cannot have a count of how many times our index is appearing, because we have range, and we will have to go through that range each time whenever we have a range and increase the count by 1, which is not good. Range from 2 to 3. Okay, should this also depends on overlap. Yes, shit. How many for every index, how many ranges is it a part of? And I can iterate from 1 to n, 1 to n, and see how many ranges have that number in them, and whatever that count is would be the number of times that a specific index is being added to the answer. And yeah, that is cool. We can keep a priority queue or a set and keep adding all of these frequencies to that set, and then we can sort our input array, and we can match the maximum frequency with the greatest element, and then the second maximum frequency with the second greatest element, and so on. So we can index through 1 to n. And okay, so for particular I between 1 to n inclusive for I to be in a range. We will have to store all of these ranges. I think indexing through the i's is not a good thing. Instead, I should index through these queries. Hmm. Yep. Yep. And the only thing that matters is how many queries are on and how many queries are off. Okay. Yes. We can have a counter whenever we see that at a particular I some query is beginning, we can increase our counter by the number of queries which are starting from that index, and whenever we see a end of a query, then we will decrease our query counter by that much amount. And yeah, that is cool, that is cool. But before decrementing, we will put that per current count of queries that we are inside into our frequency list, and then we will move on to the next index. Start vim. Okay, I think this is going to work. Just one thing, I saw two TVs ads similar to scheduling explained in CP handbook. Yeah, I don't know why I'm unable to get it right now. Just one thing. So just by doing CP31 sheet, you were able to reach here, and what has been your methodology for each problem. Yeah, just by CP131 sheet, and the methodology is that if I am able to solve a problem, then what was the main thing by which I was able to solve that problem? Can I like articulate that thing at least to myself, maybe not to someone else, but at least to myself? Am I able to figure that out and explain to myself what was the thing? And if I am unable to solve a question, then I go to the editorial and read the solution or get to the solution from some place. But what was that thing which I didn't know before, which I came to know after reading the editorial? And if I can figure that out, that is also nice. Last contest rip shit. Full solving a contest shit. That is too good. LGM potato. 169 also got same. His two solutions got TLE and his rank went from 15 to 600. That is crazy. All about TLE on G, y square root decomposition. So that is crazy. Solving till G and then getting TLE on G. Shit. And N and Q. A set of frequencies and vector for storing the integers. Or instead of a vector, we could take in a vector and then sort it, or take a priority queue and then keep inserting the elements into the priority queue. The time complexity will be the same for both. Yes, yeah, time complexity will be the same. Priority queue of integers, PQ, and for I will have to get my keyboard fixed. and I equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus c in c, and pq dot push c, and yes, everything is there. Now I will have to uh, yep, a left counter and a right counter pointer. Queries can range in any order, so yeah, I'll have to take them in and then sort them. Queer, size n, size q, so I less than q, I plus plus c in square I dot first, square I dot second, and then sort square dot begin and square dot end, and yes, and c equals 0, c as in count initially is equal to 0, and now we will start to iterate I less than q, I plus plus. So currently we are at a query, and we'll do while where I, while first of all I is smaller than n minus 1, and where I, and q r equals 0. Current query is at index 0, and if there is some query starting at this current I, where I dot first minus minus, where I dot second minus minus. If there is a query which is starting at this current I, then I will increment C by that much amount. Okay, yes, and first we will increment and then we'll do anything else. While and QR is pointing to the, but how would I know when a query is ending? Shit, can I have two vectors here? One vector which only stores the starting point, and whenever I see a starting point, I will increment my query counter by 1, and whenever I see a ending point, I will decrement my query counter by 1. That would be pretty cool. Shit, crazy. Yo, what's your rating? Or yes, I am a college student. Yeah, anyone tell me, like, did you watch editorial? If you can think of not, yeah, you can look at the editorial. It is completely fine if you are unable to think of a solution. And currently, yeah, you can look at the editorial. It is fine. So we can have two vectors, vector int big as in like begin, size q for all the queries, and end. I think, can we have end as a name of a variable? Okay, square is gone. Yes, square is gone. Big CN, beginning of I and end of I. And then sort both of these. Sort big dot begin and big dot end, and then sort end dot begin. That is some crazy thing. And sort end dot end. And after that, we will have a query thing. Okay, so if there are queries which start at this current index, QB query begin and QE query end. Initially, both of them are equal to 0. Yes, QB points to the query, to the first, to the smallest index of a query that has yet to be begin and is yet to be added to our answer. So while I equals, and also we will have something, we will make queries 0 indexed and I minus. And I think I am just about to get this one right. This is going to be cool. While I equals beginning query, big QB. What we will do is we will go to the next beginning query, QB plus plus, and our C count will go up by 1. And also we can turn off the LSP. That is nice. Right, so now our queue is totally updated. This is actually pretty cool. And then we can add pq dot push I, not I, but push C. And then while I equal end EQ. If some query is ending at this point, then we will increment our EQ by 1 and C minus because query ended at this point. And yes, that is nice. We are doing nice, except PQB could go out of index. QB smaller than 0, smaller than Q, because there are in total Q queries. And here also QB smaller, EQ smaller than Q. Okay, that is nice. And our priority queue. Should I messed up in the priority queue part? Yes, I did mess up. Uh, there was another thing, a set called frec, as in like frequency. We will add everything to frec, not this. Frequency dot insert C. Yep, frequency dot insert C. And instead of this, a priority queue would be much better. Priority queue of integers, that is nice, so that we will get the greatest index. Yeah, we will get the biggest element. So yes, my keyboard is messed up. Long answer initially equals 0. While two things have to be true. First of all, the biggest while not frec dot empty. There has to be some element in frequency. And if there are some elements in frequency, then yeah, that is good enough. Then we will say int c equals the top element in frequency, fric dot top, and fric dot remove pop, that top element, or calling this f would be nice because that is the frequency. And also at the same time we will take the biggest element from our vector, but before that we will see if f is a positive number, only then do this. Otherwise, if f is 0, then break. But if f is not 0, then int, let's say x equals the biggest element in our array, which is going to be pq dot top, and then we will pop it pq dot pop, and our answer will increase by x into f. But both of these are integers, and this might actually overflow. No, this will not overflow. This will not overflow because maximum x can be 10 power 5 and maximum frequency can be 10 power 5, and that will overflow. Okay, my bad. Frec dot insert, we cannot use frec dot insert, we have to use frec dot push. We are not outputting the answer, that is bad. Okay, okay, it seems to be working, seems to be working, it seems to be working. Let's see, it does seem to be working. So do I want to just submit this right now? And okay, before submitting this, let me rewrite this again. Nah, let me just submit it. It seems to be fine. Here we are first taking in n and q. Then we create a, we don't need this till this point. Okay, first we take in c and q, and in the pq we are inserting all the elements in a priority queue because we always want the biggest element, so putting them inside a priority queue is a good thing. And then we create two vectors of size q, big and end. Big has the like beginning for every range, big I has the beginning time for that range, and end I has the ending time for that range, and then we are sorting them independently, so we are not reserving any order. And after this point, big I, the beginning time for the ith query does not mean does not correspond to the ending time of the ith query, and I and big I do not belong to the same query, and we do not want them. Then we have our counter C, which says the current I, the current element, how many inside how many queries is this current element, and that would be the frequency of how many times are we going to need this current element I. And we are going through the whole array starting from index 0 till index n minus 1. And here we do this big I minus minus and end I minus minus to make these query ranges 0 indexed. And QB is the smallest starting range of the query which hasn't been added to our C. And EQ is the closest or smallest endpoint of a query which hasn't yet been reduced from our counter. And if our current index has some queries which are beginning on this index, So we will increase our counter by once, and also we will go to the next query which hasn't been added. And after that is done, we will add this current count, however many times this current element is appearing in the answer. We increase that by 1. And here, if some queries are ending at this current point, then we reduce our C and we move our end Q by 1. And that is nice. And then we get the answer. We are seeing while the frequency is not empty, we get the frequency. And if F is positive, if the biggest frequency that we have is positive, then we take the biggest element possible we can take right now, and we multiply the frequency by the element and we add it to our answer. But if the biggest frequency that we have is 0 itself, then we won't be able to add any element whatsoever and we can break. This seems right. This seems okay. Like, it seems like, no, my bad. I did read the chat. Uh, Currently, I'm in my third year, but I don't go to college much. Bro, but how can you expect him to read the chat when he's trying to figure out the solution to the question? Seems like we did figure out the solution to this question. And one more thing, this keyboard today is just not working. It is just not working today. The shift key is not working. And that is very messy. Shit, okay. This might actually be correct. This might actually be correct. This might actually be correct. Okay. Do not fail now. Okay. This is nice. This is nice. This is nice. This is nice. 30 minutes. 30 minutes for this question. You can refresh, and that is pretty nice. What keyboard? This is a mechanical keyboard by Quatron company. I think I'll have to buy a new one. And there is this one, Hydra 10, Protonics. This is wireless, mechanical, and red key. It has red switches, which is amazing. And this is 60%. There is no numpad in this. So this is cool. This is pretty cool. Really nice keyboard. I think I will buy this. Look at this. Look at this. This is amazing. And we can use on this. If you see on Q we have Wi-Fi signal symbol and one, Wi-Fi 2 on W, and on E Wi-Fi 3. We can connect this to 3 computers simultaneously and we can switch between them. And that is nice. RF, I think, is for the dongle. We can also use a dongle to connect. That is just amazing. This is a pretty nice keyboard. Corn keyboard. What is corn keyboard? Okay, this is supposed to be a meme. Have you understood every necessary DSA concept and then trying to approach the problems? If I know a concept which is going to be applied in a problem, then it is good. That question just refreshes that concept. But if there is a problem whose concept I do not understand, then I will have to go and read on that question. For example, in CACS, there is this dynamic programming question which I have been trying to solve for a few days. This one, elevator rides. And I went to the editorial for this, not official editorial, but CSES editorials on code forces, dynamic programming, section 2. In the editorial, this one, elevator rides, this is the same problem, elevator rides. They say this is a standard variation of the knapsack problem, famously known as the bin packing problem. It uses the idea of bit mask DP. So I do not know what is bit mask DP. Bit mask DP, that is like something crazy. I do not know what is bit mask DP. And yeah, if you don't know what that means, we can watch a video on bitmask DP by Algorithms Live. And yeah, so this is one of the points where I will have to go and read on a topic. We don't need those weird symbols. We are Linux guys. We use N multi UI. Shit. N M T U I. Terminal user interface, and NM is something. Network manager text user interface. Even though this looks archaic, this just has a certain beauty to itself. Look at this. This is very beautiful. This is very beautiful. I just do not have an Intel processor. If I did, I would install Arch and I would be using Arch. I have a MacBook, unfortunately, and I will have to use this. And also garbage. Yes, my bad. Sorry for mm, having a MacBook. My bad. I know. On keyboard. Shit. Split. Okay, split keyboard is called corn keyboard. That is nice. There is Kinesis. Kinesis advantage. Prime agent Lex Friedman. They use it. Corn keyboard. It is called a company or a style of keyboard. Hi everyone, I've been watching. Corn is a popular design of a okay. Corn is a popular design of a keyboard. There are many others, with the other popular ones being 60% equivalent, sol softly, and Lily 58. Check the wiki for lists. That is nice. Corn is a specific type of a split keyboard, and this thing is just beautiful. Look at this. This is beautiful. Shit, bro uses uh 360. Shit, that is shit. And you are in real time typing all of this on this keyboard. Do you know DPL? How did you go on about learning it? It's for DP to stay. Okay, I watched a few YouTube videos, and also I have the main thing which has helped me improve my DP is CLRS, Introduction to Competitive, Introduction to Algorithms, DP, Dynamic Programming. And I went through this chapter on a stream. I did a few streams on dynamic programming in which I was just reading this chapter, reading subsections, and then I solved, yeah, mark something in pink, of course. And then after reading a subsection, I would solve these questions. And yes, it is all on a stream. I did a few streams on that. I went through the whole chapter in those streams. Shit, that is crazy. Although I'm planning to buy a con because okay, it is very relative. This keyboard is just bad. That is very relative thing to say. And you are not making any typos, so you are pretty good with this. This is just really cool. Shit. Kinesis advantage. Yeah, imported from US. So I think it is better. Wait, where do you live? Do you live in India? It is better to go to US, buy the keyboard and bring it instead of importing the keyboard by ordering it to your house. I think that is cheaper. Shit. Me too. Hello. Hello, neighbor. Can you share the link to the stream? Yes, you can just go to my channel and live. Yep. CACS dynamic programming. Yeah, in these streams, I was solving dynamic programming. And before this, programming dynamically. Starting from this stream, I was reading some things, reading the CLRS book. Stream number 74, 75, 76, 77. We did longest common subsequencing, then optimally searching a binary tree, which is, you can see, elements of dynamic programming, and then is longest common subsequence. Longest common subsequence, then optimally searching a binary tree. And yeah, optimally searching a binary tree, and then I started solving questions, CACS, dynamic programming questions, starting from this stream, 74. Buy the keyboard there, use it for 2 to 3 weeks so it looks old, then bring it back in plastic cover, because if customs department sees the boxes and $600 tag on it, you get pay taxes. Oh shit. Hmm. Okay, so it costs $600 in US. That is 60,000 rupees, around, like less than 60,000, but about that much. 48,000 rupees. That is a lot of money to spend on a keyboard. 54, 55. That is a lot of money to spend on a keyboard. Maybe when one day I'm a good developer, I will buy a keyboard. For now, this is the thing. Hydra 10, Protonics. Okay, so this got accepted, and too much money. That too, I don't like. Shit. You can take my keyboard if you like, if you want. Tutorial. English. Little girl and maximum sum. So this was nice. This question was pretty nice. And let me guess the tags. The tags for this are going to be implementation, sorting. Two things, these things will be there, I think. Implementation and sorting. Implementation, sorting. Okay, that much I got right. I was thinking about saying data structures, but I didn't. And yes, greedy. Yes, shit. Of course, yes. The overall theme is greedy. That is nice. Dumb cluster. Less use of pinky fingers to increase the speed in BS. This BS. Bullshit. Is BS. Okay, shit. Thumb cluster. Less use of pinky finger to use increases. Okay, so less people say that using the pinky less increases your speed, and thumb cluster is, I suppose, something. And if we avoid these two things, then our speed increases. But you are saying no, that is bullshit. I guess I agree. I don't have the requirements, prerequisites to agree or disagree with this. Hey, this is the editorial. Let's calculate for each cell of the initial array the number of queries that cover this cell. Exactly. It is claimed that we should associate the cell with bigger values to the cell with bigger values in the initial array. Exactly. More formally, suppose B is an array, an ith cell. B is an array, an ith cell of which is written the number of queries that cover ith cell. B is an array, okay, where the ith cell has the number of queries which cover the ith cell. Suppose A is the initial array. Let's sort those arrays. It is claimed that the answer in this case can be calculated using following formula. Yep, makes sense that this is exactly what we do. That is exactly what we do. Which code forces extension are you using? I am using a couple. Thumb cluster is you use your thumb only for spacebar. Ah, yes, that makes sense. Primogen says that if you can use your thumb for different things and it makes it faster. I think on the Kinesis keyboard, you get 5 to 6 keys on thumb. That is pretty nice. Because yes, that must be nice, right? Shit, you do make typos. You do make typos on the Kinesis keyboard. Only good thing is my shoulder don't hurt that much as compared to normal keyboard. And also, you don't have to put your hands like this. You can keep them as apart as you want, wherever you want. That is nice. And the extension that I'm using a couple of extensions. First one is this Code Forces Helper. This one mainly is to hide tags and also This one also shows ratings for problems in like, yeah, if we go to problem set, this is this extension, Code Forces Helper, is showing me these ratings. Wait, right? I think it is this extension which is showing these ratings, and they are not there by default. And I use this one, Caret, which tells me during a contest what my delta for the contest would be. Like it is like for analysis in a while. Yeah, all of this, supposed rating, final delta, and this thing, these are here because of this extension. And then there is this one, CF analysis, which is responsible for this beautiful thing. I can see how many 1300 rated problems I've solved and all the ratings and what are the topics and what are some problems which I have submitted only the wrong answer for. And not just for myself, I can go to Mr. Giangli's profile and there, same thing. Plus I got the pro one, so it is completely wireless kinesis keyboard. Yeah, you can just keep your hands wherever you want. And yes, using this extension, CF analysis, I can go to any person's profile and see how many questions they have solved and what is the rating distribution. This is loading. He has solved a lot of problems. Mr. Giangli. This is Mr. Giangli. This is how he looks like in real life. And he has solved a lot of problems. Look at this. He has solved 740 problems on 800 rating. That is higher than my total problem solved. And these are the only problems that he has submitted a solution to, but only a wrong solution and not the correct one. See, and bitmask, this is something I have to read about. And these are pretty nice extensions. Tourist better. Tourist is Mr. Tourist, Gennady Korotkovich is not at the top right now, but yeah, he has been at the top since he started. And I saw a video of him in which he was grieving or being very sad because he came second in a World Cup, I think ICBC or something. Gennady Korotkovich. Yeah, he is one of the best. He has been one of the best. Look at this. Look at this. Bro only goes down, up, and when he does go down, he comes back. And he is going down. And yes, should there is the biggest flex this guy can do. Code. Okay. Okay. I will do my best to show this in a right way. So if you have a rating lower than 1200, you are a newbie. If you have a rating from 1200 to 1400, you are a pupil. If you have a rating from 1400 to 1600, you are a specialist. If you have a rating from 16 to 1900, you are an expert. If you have a rating from 1900 to 2100, you are a candidate master. Then, if you have a rating from 2100 to 2300, you are a master. If you have a rating from 23 to 2400, you are an international master, right? Then from 24 to 26, grandmaster. Then from 26 to 3000, international grandmaster. Then from 3000 to 4000, you are a legendary grandmaster. But if you have a rating higher than 4000, then you are tourist. That is a flex. This is like a whole title. Bro has a whole title on his name. That is amazing. Yeah, 4000 tourists. That is crazy. Goat. Yep. Which I've gotten a girlfriend or she grass someday. I don't get this reference. Yeah. So tourist is like amazing. Bro has a whole category title on his name. Title. That is crazy. And yeah. So these things are done, except I have to read the editorial for this last problem. And there are three problems remaining at this level. This one, and this one. This one is a bit easy. I don't know why I'm messing up with this one. And also with this one. Yeah, I will do them in a while. That is too much work. Let me read the editorial for this one, and that would be nice. Yes. Coder is much better than Code Forces. Uh, I don't know. I just use Code Forces, so I cannot say anything about ad coders. I saw a video. I don't know if it is legit, which says today's team is the only team to solve all 11 problems in a ICBC final. That is crazy. I didn't even know that there are 11 questions in ICPC final, but that is crazy. Okay, you are asking or okay, shit, code forcing. Umnik suggests it to add coder rather than code forcing. Ah, CF is only for contests. Yes, I only give contests on code forces. And for improving, I would just say you can start solving this sheet starting from 800 rating and keep going up as you go. So you can use this sheet for questions, and for theory, you can go to this book, my bad, this book, Competitive Programmer's Handbook by Antti Laksonen. This is free. This is not like I'm not pirating this thing. This is free online, available on the website. CP Handbook. But yeah, when I was reading CLRS, that was piracy. This is illegal. This whole thing right now is illegal. Do not tell anyone. It is just you guys are the only ones who know this. You studied at Code Force as well. Yep, yep. He's crazy. And so yeah, you can use Competitive Programmer's Handbook for theory, and for questions, you can go to CP sheet, CP31. That would be enough. And as to the editorial for this third question, little girl and maximum. Why is the editorial smaller now? In this problem, the sensible thing to do is to count the amount of times we are going to add some index of this sequence, then maximal number gets assigned to the index. This is added the most, and so on, in order to count the amount of times we referenced each index. We can use the binary index tree structure. I'm using a priority queue for this binary index tree. That is now one more thing I will have to see. Okay, I think it is here in range queries section. Binary index tree. Shit, and it is I left range queries chapter exactly on this line after learning about sparse tables. So okay, binary index tree. This is the next thing. Cool. Yeah, cool, cool. That is nice, and that is pretty nice. Nobody learns any topics from code forces. It's only for problems. Yes, I am only solving problems. Yes. I thought Jiangli would hit 4,000 again after last Div 1 contest. Dominator is at his peak. Just bro is at his peak, literally. Dominator 69, 398, 2983, 2983. Bro is at his peak. And what about Jiangli? Shit, wait, he lost a lot of rating. Shit. He was about to hit 4,000. He was at 3970. Shit, that is crazy. His rank was 9 and he lost 124 rating. He solved 6 questions. Bro messed up on question number 2. He didn't, okay, he did submit it later. Shit, bro messed up on question number 2. Which was this? And this is division one. Okay, so yeah, you should. This was the question where I left the contest in division two. Yeah, bro messed up on this. Bro stumbled. Yeah, but he is still at the top. That is nice. And if you read his code, it is very beautiful. And I think he is very known for that thing. G angry. What is the extension? Which one? Who's Dominator? Shit. Dominator is Indian number one. He's on rank one in India. Yes. What should be the rating of that QN of B? Question number of B. You mean what would be the rating? I think it was 1750, if I remember correctly, for this one. The rating was 1750. We go to the announcement. We can see div 1 for div. No, it is 1000. Shit. Why does it say 1000? Wait, because this question is the same question in div 2, question D. Okay, that is kind of strange. This was contest number 1053, division 2. We go there, and this grid counting, question number D here, this is the same as question number B here, right? These are the exact same questions. Question number B in division 1 and question number D in division 2. And here they say that the question number B in division 1 is 1000 rated and question D is 1750 rated. So I don't know. They have two different ratings for the same question. That is something. Yep. Wait, yes, and you were asking about the extension? Their points not. Oh, shit, my bad. Shit. Okay, shit, my bad, my bad. Wait, you were asking for a extension. What is that extension? Which one? This this is a pretty nice extension, CF analysis analytics. We get all of these beautiful graphs and this pie chart. Very cool. And yes, link pasteable. Yes, and make me mod. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Okay, I'll make you mod when I know you better. You will be able to type a lot with your Kinesis Advantage 360 keyboard if you are patient. I would love to say, yep, has archive of problems. Mod. Plus it is a flex. Yes, it is a flex. I think, wait, let me see. Let me see. Wait, will your name appear in a different way? Can manage standard moderation, can block word scenes, can review and remove chat messages, hide and put. And can you type something? Will your name appear like red or something? Can you flex with this mod ability? And do not misuse. Shit, yes, yes, that is a flex. That is a flex. That is a flex. It's blue. That is crazy. Let me fix this. Uh, remove as a standard moderator. Now it is like back to normal. Like the extension that you parse, you have to parse problems, and yes, you are demoted back, and the extension for parsing is this one. competitive companion. This, along with the new Vim plugin called Assistant New Vim, they work together to get the problem and get the test cases. Yeah, yep, that didn't last long. We can make a one for top. We can make a one for top coder archive. It also has all the test cases. Shit. Wait. Can I give you some heart or something? Maybe not a moderator. This would be even. Put user in timeout. This would be even. But it doesn't allow for top coder archive. Hmm. Okay, that is okay. We can do that. We can do that. Maybe not right now. Not right now. But yeah, we can do that. No, I don't need anything. Relax. No, yes, of course. That plugin. This one. Assistant new web. Uh, uh, Assistant nvim. This plugin. You can use this to get test cases. Wait, there used to be a GIF here. GIF or GIF. It is here. You can use this to get test cases. Click on the extension. Go. Your new Vim will ask you. Yeah, yeah. You have the test cases and everything. This is a cool plugin for running test cases. What does it do? Sorry, yes, I didn't pay enough attention. Yeah. For getting test cases, uh, like right now here, if I press space CPP, I have the test cases and I can run them and check is my code correct or not. And that is all that this plugin does. Yo, let's go. Yes, we did the next question also. This one, little girl and maximum sum. This one was nice. And this uses binary index trees, which I will read about today. Yeah, it doesn't CP parse do the same parser. So, uh, wait, you also use NeoVim, right? Sweep for that. Q sweep. Shit, I don't even know how to use a sweep algorithm, but okay, I will look it up. Okay, so CP parser, this extension handles the part of getting a problem from here and sending its test cases to my computer machine, to my text editor. And on my text editor side, I need some extension, some plugin like this one, which catches those test cases and makes them run whenever I want to run them. So like there have to be a piece from the browser which is sending test cases, and then there has to be this plugin on NewVim which takes those test cases. So these two things can talk to each other, and that is it. That is what this plugin is for. Yeah, so VS Code also has a extension for that. Yep, because it is competitive companion. I think that is why it only works on competitive websites. And then you just double sort. You maintain, okay, as in like sweep I plus plus and sweep left plus plus and sweep R plus 1 minus minus, and you maintain a cumulative sum to see how many intervals the current index in. Yes, yes. And then you just double sort or double sort, bubble sort. Can you give me a small idea for me by checking the archive? I will try working on it. What do you mean? Small idea for me by checking the archive. Small idea as in how to build something like this for top coder. Shit, I I haven't used top coders. I do have a ID there, but I haven't used top coders. Like, where are the contests? I wouldn't know that. As in, you sort the original list to get the highest number. You sort the intervals, so you match the index with the highest occurrences with the highest number. Yes, yes. And to figure that out, I am, wait, not, I'm not using this. I'm using this. I think there is a faster way. Can you just tell me the data structure? In the editorial, they say we have to use binary index tree so that we can find this. I do get the algorithm, the idea to find how many times as the frequency each index is being queried and pair the maximum frequency with the greatest number greedily and so on moving forward. But this implementation part I think is can be improved a lot. Here I have taken all the numbers in a priority queue so that I can get them sorted later. And then I'm storing all the beginning indexes and the ending endpoints for ranges. And then I'm sorting them, and C is counting how many ranges I am currently in. This updates if any range is starting on this current index I, and we push this frequency for this ith thing, and then we are taking the top frequency. If it is still positive integer, then we pair it up. We get the maximum element from the top and we increase our answer. Otherwise, if frequency is 0, then all the other frequencies are also going to be 0. Yeah, so break and then output the answer. I think we can implement this in a better way. Yes, I was also looking here and I was unable to find questions. Resources, blog articles, solutions, top coder solutions. Like, I don't know where to go and find questions here. How it works. How it works. It literally says how it works. Competitive programming. Oh, what is that? Competitive programming, advanced maths, intersection of tooling list, data science. Let's go to competitive programming. Okay, is this the archive? Recursion. There are questions and things. Tower of Hanoi. Yep. Shit, that is nice. Code. There is also code, the explanation, and everything. That is nice. You can look at that. And you can just use a vector of size n plus 1, not data, no data structure needed. It is just a cumulative sum. It is just a cumulative sum. I mean, about difference array technique. Yes, this greedy does work. Then you sort the original list to get the highest number, okay, and then you sort the intervals. So you match the index with the highest occurrence with the highest number. How would I know that the current element, how many times the current element is being indexed? The current element is being queried. For example, if I sort my initial array like this, I have the biggest number here, and the query, let's say, is like this. Queries start from the second index. I'm not getting this. Okay, like for each query LR, you set sweep L plus plus and R plus 1 minus 1. Okay. And maintain a cumulative sum and add. Okay, because something is starting on this index. Shit. I have heard something like this. Shit. Okay. Add sweep I from 1 to n. Whenever you enter an interval, your count goes up, and whenever you exit, count goes down. For each query L and R, sweep. So we have sweep L, we increment sweep L by 1. And shit, I've seen this somewhere. Sweep R plus 1, the next one minus 1. Reduce 1. Yes. Sh- Shit. Yes, I've seen this thing. You maintain a cumulative sum. Okay, so first we have to go through all the queries and increment numbers like this. Ah, yes, shit. Yes. Now I get it. Some of the numbers will be negative and some will be positive, and when negative would just mean we are exiting something. Ah, shit. Yes, I've heard this. I've seen this. I did saw this, but what is the point? I was unable to think of it. Ah, shit. So we can, yep, remove all this part. Answer equals 0, which will come later. And yes, sweep, right? Sweep. And sweep, cumulative sum. Wait, but then when I do have a cumulative sum, I would have to store it in some data structure, right? I can use sweep. Okay, so after updating all the sweeps, I think I would have to start going from the like first element in the sweep till the last element, and I will have a counter cumulative sum of all the numbers till that point, and for every index I will add that current number to the like to some data structure which has frequencies of all the elements, and that data structure has to be sorted so that I can get the maximum frequency and pair it up with the maximum element and keep moving forward like that. You have a new array cnti that stores the number of queries. Index I is in, and you sort. Yes, makes sense. The size n plus 1, I equals q, I equals 0, I less than q, I plus plus L R C in L, C in R, minus minus R minus minus to make them 0 indexed, and sweep L plus plus and sweep R minus minus. Not R because R is inclusive. R next. Shit. I've seen this. I just cannot remember where I saw this. I did see this somewhere. And yep, we can have a new vector, as you said, count cnt size n. And do we go till n? Uh, for all the queries, do we go till n equal to n? No, because there are not that many indexes. S plus equals sweep I and cnt I equals sum s and then sort cnt dot begin cnt dot end and yeah, for int I equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus. We have answer here, answer plus equals cnt I, the biggest index right now, multiply by it would be better to store this in a vector. I think I'm doing right now. The correct thing. Reference x in a scene x and also sort a dot begin, a dot end. Wait, why do I have this begin thing? Multiply this by a I and also overflow. We can make this long. Okay. Seems to be working. And this is pretty nice. This is a really nice thing. Really nice trick we can use to find out how many times a thing you basically got the idea. Yes. Nice. Thank you. And this is actually pretty nice, right? I just cannot remember where I saw this. I have seen this before. I just cannot remember where. And this is horrible. Look at this. This is very bad. I will get that one right at some point. Okay. Seems to be good. This is really nice to find out how many times a certain thing is appearing. A certain number is appearing in a range. Wait, if yeah, we cannot use. I thought since we were looking for how many times. Okay, accepted. Cool. Since in this we were looking at how many segments were overlapping, I thought maybe we can see if there is a point at which three things are overlapping. A number is a part of three different time shows, but here L and R are very big, so we cannot do that. And yeah, so it has been quite long. It has been quite long. 4 hours and 23 minutes. Shit, this might be the longest stream yet. And yeah, I will be ending the stream now. It has been quite long. Yep, and this would be the end for today's stream. And today was pretty cool. Today was pretty good. And thank you for being here. Bye.